morning, friends. I should be audible. Please let me know if I'm not. Good morning, Merlin. Hello. Or I suppose good afternoon, Merlin. Might be more appropriate at the moment. Oh, time for new Carby. Ooh, orange Carby. Potentially. Nope, still pink. Still Angie. Alright, so, as usual, we're going to start with some hexagons. And I'm slightly behind, so we'll have to do a couple, but that's fine. Aww. I hope you're at least somewhat enjoying your trip, though. You'll be home before you know it. Alright. So I have 3, I need 4. Camera. Oh, I think my camera is still set for Sasha Times. That's what's going on here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This one. Also, I apologize for any weird coloration or glare that might be happening. It's very sunny outside, and the window that's right over there is casting light. I could close the blinds, but it's actually very nice, so I don't wish to. Kupopo! Morning, Kara. Morning, kits. Kupo's all around. Oh god, I'm surrounded. Kara, no, you have homework to do. I guess that is a coffee cup. I guess that's fine. At first glance, I thought it was the one with the wine bottle. That's true. We don't know what could be in there. It could be a coffee mug with vodka. That's true. And a good point. Those Moogles are sneaky. Delicious Kupo nut wine. Sasha is upside down and slightly snoring. Yeah, that sounds like Sasha. Seems correct. Optimal catting, absolutely. I mean, I feel like if you were sleeping upside down, you would be slightly snoring too. Kupo nuts are more likely to be used in a beer or an ale. Yeah, that's fair. That makes sense. Clefable brings all the trainers to the yard. I mean, she's my mascot. I have to. Threat or thread. Huzzah. Sorry, not sorry. My baby. I bet Clefable gives great hugs. Oh my god, no, I did not see that. I haven't been on Instagram in ages. That's a 3. That's a good question. Does that work? Yes, it does seem to. Aww. Cuties. Also accurate. Looks pretty good on all of them. I have to ask, is that 2 Jigglypuffs or is that a Jigglypuff and a Clefairy? And if it's a Jigglypuff and a Clefairy, I love that they're essentially identical. Because they are. Yeah, Clefairy's most defining figure is the cinnamon roll tail and the little tiny wingies. And the fact that she has fingers, while Jigglypuff does not. Ah, it was 2 Jigglypuffs. Excellent. Jigglypuff is Kirby with good hair and a pop star career. Yeah, you're not wrong. will be a D&D recap at the top of the hour. We did have a makeup session yesterday. It'll be a short recap because it was a slightly short session. But that's okay. One, two, three, four, five, six. One more. Morning, Dobby. Did everyone die? I mean, I guess that would be a reason to have a short session, yes. 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm doing good, Dobby. How about yourself? I have the next couple days off, so I'm just kind of chilling and vibing. EP Kupo? Yeah, that sounds right. You've got work to do, though. Although I suppose it is only 10:30. So you've got time. EP, about to make food because you have the things to make turkey burger sandwiches. Ooh, that does sound lovely. Nom nom nom. Love a good turkey burger. Only just starting up. Fair enough. It is Sunday. Sunday is for EP. We have well established this. Oh, but you did get up and do things. You did go to the market. We'll see if Sasha comes in and declares that it is her own EP times here at some point. Do things, a 20-minute outside trip. I mean, that's still better than not taking the 20-minute outside trip. Sasha is full on big snoring. Oh no, baby. this cat. Alright, so here are the full amount of this week's hexagons. Not a bad little collection. Do a little bit of a shuffle. Come back here. There we go. Call that shuffled. All right. And we have started our new section here. Abby, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Gazoon tight, Kara. Aha. Well, thank you for the follow anyway. Yep. Oh, good lord. Morning, Rambus. There are pillows scattered all about you. Simply take your pick. Yeah, I wondered when the username had a string of random numbers after it, but you know, you never know. Some people do choose those usernames, so... Ah, well. Do I even have a you may only talk after 1 minute of following enabled? No, I don't. I didn't know that was a thing. This one, yes. Yes. Found caffeine. Excellent. I believe you were looking for pillows, but caffeine is also good. Ooh, 3 hydrates in a row. Oh no. Alright, everybody super hydrate. Everybody triple hydrate. just took the last sip of your drink? Well, clearly that means it's time for a refill. Obviously. But also don't overhydrate. Too late. Randus, please, we're going to drown. Thread. Where's the dehydrate redeem? Yes, go make beef jerky immediately. Hello, Kite. You are indeed in time for the D&D recap. Good morning. I hope you had fun yesterday doing whatever it is Kites do on their day off. When not at D&D. Yes, exactly. You'll get to learn about mushrooms. We all learned so much about mushrooms yesterday. Oh, that's a good point. I didn't even think about the fact that Lash had maybe never seen mushrooms before. Certainly not on this scale. But yeah, mushrooms aren't exactly a thing that grow in the desert, are they? Now I'm just imagining Bram pulling Lash aside and just being like, this is a mushroom. Do not poke it. Do not lick it. Whatever you do, don't lick them. Lash just being like, but why would I? Don't lick them. Lash gets the distinct feeling he's had to give this lecture to Glint before. What about the kind of mushrooms with legs? Can we lick them? Only with consent, Randus. Only with consent. But what if they can't give consent in a way that we can understand? Then don't lick them. Unless they lick you first, I guess. But considering they're ambulatory mushrooms with legs, I don't think they have tongues. So no licking. Does D&D have speak with fungus? Um, huh. That's an interesting question. Yeah, because they're neither plant nor animal. I'm gonna guess there isn't a specific speak with fungus, but the DM can rule that it falls into one of the other categories, perhaps? Uh-oh, Merlin, what did the Tuesday game do? Oh, Wednesday. Still asleep, kinda. Fair. We don't call this the Totally Awake Club for nothing. Concerns. Also, every time Randa says fungi, like fungi, I just keep thinking about the Nippon Ichi enemies that are also called fungi, that are literally just little locomotive mushrooms. And they're adorable right until they stomp on your heads. stretch. Thank you, Moflima. You just finished tying this knot here. It's a stretch reminder for everybody. Oh, yep, needed that. Thank you. Everybody else also stretch. And by my clock, it is 11, which means time for the D&D recap. So, it's been a few weeks. We ended up taking some somewhat unintentional breaks around the holidays, but we're back. Yesterday's game was actually technically a makeup game for last week. So, we have a complete-ish map and had kind of made the decision like, okay, we've kind of meandered our way around the areas where we can get to. We still have 2 braziers to find. So we had like kind of the south and like eastern side that we hadn't really explored yet. So we're like, okay, let's go south and then let's kind of make our way around to the east. Let's do this a little bit more methodically and kind of clear out the rooms that we know we haven't been to yet to try to find these last 2 braziers that we need to light. So we had headed south. In the first room that we looked in, we had found a couple, some zombies and some much bigger zombies. Oh, thank you, Kite. Yes, there is the map that we have access to. And the zombies and the much bigger zombies decided they did not like us much. But that's okay because we didn't like them right back. And had managed to take them out. There wasn't really much to loot from bodies, considering they were zombies. So we kind of regrouped ourselves, dusted ourselves off, and headed for the room that was across the hall. Bram did the honors of opening the door and poked his head in. And it's kind of like it's like a rectangle-y room. It's a little bit long and skinny. And there's like a counter that runs halfway through it. It was described as being kind of like an office or a storeroom of some kind. The counter had a couple extremely dusty iron, like those old-fashioned iron like balancing scales for like weighing out coin or product. It had a couple of those sitting on the counter. The counter was about waist height, and spanned across most of the room with like a gap at one end where, the workers could go around back and forth. And then along the back wall behind the counter were a bunch of cubby holes that had like scraps of paper shoved into them. Like at one point it was probably a filing system, but it's just kind of been left to rot and decay, and all of the paper is like falling to pieces kind of thing. And there were a few corpses on the ground, a few. They weren't like fully skeletized. They were still kind of fleshy. But when Bram kind of poked his head in and looked around, they didn't react. So, question mark there. There weren't any other exits from the room, no other doors that Bram could see. So he backed out and told the others what he saw. And then somebody asked the obvious question of like, okay, but was there a brazier in there though? And Bram was like, no, I didn't see one. And then kind of paused as he realized that the counter was high enough that if there had been like a brazier tucked behind the counter, he probably wouldn't have seen it, because of the height of the counter. This was both Bram and SJ not thinking about that and forgetting that the braziers were a thing briefly. um, so Bram kind of face palms a little bit, and Phalar is like, it's okay. I'll go, stealth around the edge of the counter and take a closer look, take a more thorough look just to make sure we're not missing anything. And hopefully, if these, maybe these are just corpses, but if they are zombies, maybe not getting too close to them and not having a lot of people in the room will not disturb them, essentially. So Phalar heads back into this little room, and he manages to, skirt his way around the corpses, and pokes his head around behind the counter. There isn't a brazier back there. There's a lot of dust. He does also find, like a locked giant, well, not giant, but like a solid, heavy metal strongbox. Like an old-fashioned safe strongbox kind of thing. Covered in dust. Phalar tries to open it, but it is very locked. Phalar tries to move it. It is much, much too heavy for Phalar to move, at least by himself. So he's kind of like, interesting. Put a pin in the map. We'll come back for this later, maybe, if we decide we want to. Because we all kind of determine it's not worth it to waste too much time right now. We need to find these other two braziers. As he is examining the strongbox, though, something else catches Phalar's eye. Because, it's Phalar. He's also kind of glancing over all of the, like, paper scraps and stuff to see if there's anything interesting. And a lot of it seems to be written in Dwarvish, which makes sense. And it's like, Phalar can recognize that it's not a language he knows, and it's probably Dwarvish, but he can't read it. But one of the scraps does catch his eye because it's got like a drawing on it. It's got like a sketch of what looks like some kind of like a blade or a sword of some kind, and then it's also got some like notes scribbled around it in Dwarvish. And Phalar is like, that looks really interesting. So he goes to pick it up, and like tuck it between the pages of his spellbook for safekeeping. But as soon as he touches this scrap of paper, it just crumbles into dust, unfortunately. But Phalar is quick enough that since he already had his spellbook open, or some kind of a book or a journal or something, he very quickly like sketches out what he saw and tries to write down the Dwarvish glyphs like as close as he remembers them, and then tucks that away for later examination. So he comes back out to the group, lets us know what he found. No brazier. There is an interesting looking box, but we'll put a pin in that and come back to it later if we want, or if we have time. Because it kind of the thing where it's like, yes, maybe there's something interesting in it, but it's been sitting here this long and we don't have time to sit and fiddle with it. If it's locked, we'll just leave it and come back for it later. So that's what we do. None of the zombies or corpses, we have no proof they were actually zombies. None of the corpses had reacted to Phalar's presence. So we're like, okay, cool, moving on. So from there, we head north, back into the cavern where we had fought all of the giant mosquito things that had dropped on us. And then we head east toward what we know is, from Landon scouting, we know that there's a cavern with like tons of mushrooms, and like huge mushrooms. So as we walk into this mushroom cavern, we kind of have a brief debate about, okay, do we want to cut through the mushroom cavern because it seems like it would be the most direct route to the couple of rooms that we know we haven't examined yet, or do we want to backtrack, go back north the way that we came and kind of cut across that way? And we decide, no, we might as well just go through the mushroom cavern. Nothing ever bad has ever happened in a mushroom cavern, right? It'll be fine. So, as we're heading into the mushroom cavern, it's Landon and Bram in the lead, with Glint kind of tagging along just behind and the others arrayed behind them. And as they're stepping into the cavern, Bram looks around, and he's been a traveler for a long time. Even before he became a paladin, he's traveled around for years and years. He has a lot of sort of weird esoteric knowledge that he's kind of collected over the years. He doesn't always remember it all when it would be convenient, but he's traveled a lot. He's got some experience. He's got some weird trivia tucked away. And as he's looking around, he recognizes a lot of the mushrooms. So there's a thick carpet of moss on the ground, that's kind of like faintly glowing. And it's like that thick kind of like spongy, cushiony moss where when you walk through it, it's gonna like stick to your feet. And you're gonna end up tracking footprints for a while after you leave it. Not for very long, for like 15 or 20 feet, but you will track some footprints. There's like these puffballs that are, like globe, like about a foot across of a puffball globe, that are also faintly glowing. And Bram knows that like if you picked one, you could kind of carry it around with you, and it would shed dim light. Not super useful for seeing things. I mean, it would probably help in pitch dark to at least see where you're putting your feet. But not super useful in this context. There's also like shelf mushrooms that are on the walls that are glowing. And bigger mushrooms that are like up on stalks that are like 5 feet tall with the big traditional fantasy mushroom caps on top. And as Bram looks around, he recognizes, oh, a couple of these mushrooms are sentient is the wrong word. More alive and locomotive than the rest of the mushrooms, I guess we'll put it that way. He sees at least 2. Yeah, animated. There we go. Thank you, Randus. That's a good word for it. Animated. He sees at least 2 of these animated mushrooms and kind of surmises like, oh, these are the gardeners. Like these 2 mushroom creatures are the ones that are kind of caring for the rest of the mushrooms in this cavern. And he also knows just enough to know, like, okay, they're not going to attack us on sight. As long as we kind of stay away from them and skirt around them and don't bother them, they won't bother us. They're not, like, intelligent. They don't really have language. They're related to another kind of mushroom creature that is sentient and has language, which is potentially how Bram knows this much about mushrooms. I'm kind of picturing that at some point in his past, he happened to be, I don't know, traveling somewhere and shared a meal or a drink with one of the more intelligent mushroom guys and learned a bit about them. But, who knows? But these ones are not super intelligent. But Bram knows if we stay away from them, they probably won't bother us. So he tells the others this. He's like, okay, stay away from those 2 in particular. There might be more of them around, so just keep an eye out. There's not really anything else that we can see in this chamber that's interesting. We don't need to linger here, so let's just kind of keep moving, and we shouldn't have any problems. So as we move through this chamber, and we're still kind of taking a look around as we go, we notice that the 2, I guess, gardener shrooms have been feeding the other mushrooms corpses. We can see like kind of maybe like a half rotten arm kind of discarded in a corner. or like a skull that's like overgrown in one of the patches of mushrooms. Um, but I mean, come on, it is what it is. Like, use what you've got, and like, frankly, these mushroom guys are reducing the potential population of zombies. So that's kind of nice. They're pest control. They're just doing their duty as part of the cave ecosystem. We like them. Sorry, 1 second. Honestly, what we should have done is pointed them back down toward the office room where there were the couple rotting zombies and been like, hey, look, fresh food. They're not that intelligent for that. It's more that anytime a patrol wanders into the mushroom cavern, it doesn't wander out again. Which is fine with us. And Glint makes a mental note of like, oh, this is... Like, she actually stops and says to the rest of the party, she's like, oh, this is absolutely beautiful. This is why I started adventuring, was to be able to get to see things like this. And she makes a mental note that once we've taken care of everything and on our way out, she wants to come back and use some of her new plant growth magic to try to, like, invigorate this mushroom cavern and make it even more lush and healthy. But that's for later. We still have some things to take care of here first. So we make it through the mushroom cavern and out the other side. There is some above the table discussion about mushrooms growing in darkness. Potentially in crevasses of unnatural darkness, which can then be stared into. And I made kind of a half of joke about, is that what happened to Light? They're just possessed by a mushroom now. But I am not sure I'm wrong. But, we'll see. We'll find out, I guess. Maybe. Tabaxi mushroom TBD, stay tuned, I guess. So we make it out the other side of the mushroom cavern. Excuse me. And we find ourselves in a very large cavern. That's kind of, so it's hard to describe and it's a little bit hard to see on the map. It's a large cavern that kind of has two levels. Like the top is all one big cavern, but there's like a floor in, and then there's like a level change, and then there's like a second bit of it that's on a higher elevation, and there has been a staircase built between the two, and there's two like buildings that have been built inside this cavern. There's one that's on the lower floor and one that's up above the staircase on the higher floor. So we walk in at the lower bit. There are the free, like the actual building structure that's been built into the cavern is to our right. And then on the left, there's like a natural like pillar that's helping to hold up the cavern roof. There are bits and pieces of skeletons everywhere. Like the floor is littered with skeletons. And a lot of them, and also like the doors and the building itself, show evidence of like magical fighting. Like they're kind of scorched, and like cracked. Obviously the skeletons are like shattered into pieces. It looks like there's been fighting gone on in this cavern, and like a lot of it, like over hundreds of years, like again and again and again, which is interesting and mildly concerning. But there's nothing like beyond like the scorch marks and stuff. There's nothing obvious that's like happening now. Yeah, let's just say that a few fireballs have been cast. Exactly. Just a few, just one or two. And like probably ages ago, nothing to concern us now, for sure. Um so Glint goes to kind of like prod at the door, not prod at the door, but like listen at the door to try to see what's going on. Oh, and also there are the ceiling of this entire cavern has like bits of crystals embedded in it that kind of take any light that we have and reflect it back in like a really pretty cool way that makes it look almost like a starry sky, which is neat. So Glint goes to like take a listen at the door to see if she can hear anything from the other side. Um, Phalar goes to circle around the back of that like natural stone pillar that's in the middle of the cavern, just to make sure that there's nothing lurking on the backside waiting to jump out at us. Um, Glint, listening at the door, doesn't hear anything, but like not in a normal doesn't hear anything kind of way, in a oh there's magical silence cast on the other side of this door kind of doesn't hear anything. Like she doesn't even hear stones settling or like drafts of air or anything. So she immediately knows like okay, that's not great. um Phalar, as he circles around back behind this column, uh, finds more corpses. I mean, as kind of expected, there's more corpses back there, and also a couple vines of the wolfsbane variant that we've been trying to keep our eyes out for, because we need it to cure a couple were rats that we might have acquired by accident along the way. Um, I mean, we already had. Well, yeah, the were ratness was accidentally acquired. So we've been on the lookout for this wolfsbane variant so that we can concoct it into potential cures. But we know that any kind of light at all will immediately kill these vines. And Phalar can even see that the vines themselves like immediately die off at like the edges of where they would have like where they would have curled out from behind that column and been in the light cast from the doorway. They're like immediately withered and crinkled back. It's just the section that's like protected by that column, where the wolfsbane vines are growing. So he comes back out and tells the others, hey, I found the wolfsbane. Nobody go back there with light. We should see if we can harvest it. Glint tells us like, hey, there's something weird going on behind the doors. There's definitely like an unnatural silence there. So we kind of debate for a second, but then ultimately we decide, okay, we don't know what's behind the door. Nothing is coming out at us immediately at this moment. So we should probably harvest the vines first, just to make sure that they're safe and contained and that we've got them before we open the door and unleash whatever might be back there. Like, God forbid we get into a fight and it spills back out into this cavern and ends up destroying the vines, that kind of thing. So Phalar and Bram start harvesting these vines, because we know it's going to take not like forever, but it's going to take a little while. So everybody else kind of settles down for a short rest. Bram and Phalar don't necessarily need a short rest, either one of them, so they volunteer to try to harvest the vines. Glint is keeping an eye on the door just to make sure that, like, while we're resting, nothing decides it's gonna, jump out at us. Landon also kind of doesn't really need a short rest. So while Phalar and Bram are harvesting vine, and while everybody else is resting, Landon decides to cast Identify on the staff that Phalar had picked up. Might as well while we're all kind of sitting around. So he manages to identify the staff. It's actually a really cool, it's called the Spider Staff. It's like this really cool poison, staff that inflicts poison damage, but then also allows you to just cast Spider Climb and Web out of, the amount of charges that are on the staff. It's actually heckin' cool, but it can only be used by wizards, sorcerers, warlocks, and bards. So Glint doesn't necessarily want it. She is happy with the Staff of the Wilds that she already has. Phalar also doesn't necessarily want it. He prefers the glass staff. So for now, the spider staff gets passed to Gundred to make use of. It was pointed out that with the free casts of, essentially free casts of Spider Climb, it would actually be a really cool staff for Bram to have. And I have been toying for a while with the idea of giving him a level or 2 in Bard. But I haven't fully decided one way or the other yet. We'll see. It would be really interesting to give him a level in Bard and give him this staff, I think. But TBD. We'll revisit that. Put a pin in that too. Spider horse. Exactly. So Bram and Bram and Phalar, with some shockingly good sleight of hand rolls. Bram managed to roll a nat 20 on his sleight of hand check for a total of 19, but still good for Bram. That's as good as he can get. So they managed to harvest a whole 1.5 vines worth of this Wolfsbane variant that we need. Bram very carefully bundles it up into a scarf and tucks it into one of his saddlebags. So he will keep it safe until Light rejoins the party. Surely that should be sleight of hoof. I mean, sure. I don't think he was harvesting with his hooves, though. He probably got down on his knees and was harvesting with his hands. That just seems sensible. So with the vines very carefully and safely tucked away, and the short rest taken, we then turn our attention back to this door. So Bram goes over, tries to peer through where the door is cracked from some of the magical damage, but can't really manage to find any gaps big enough to peer through, unfortunately. So everybody kind of arranges themselves outside the door, not in a straight line in case of stray lightning bolts, because apparently we eventually do learn lessons. And Bram pokes the door open. As he opens the door, nothing immediately shoots at them, which is good. It's better than some other times we've opened doors. Yeah, they can be taught. Yeah, I know. It does sound fake. It sounds really weird for us to have learned some kind of a lesson about door opening. It's bizarre. I don't know how that happened. But peering into this room, it's very dusty. It's clearly very old and somewhat disused. There's a closet sort of thing where the door is half busted off and the closet is filled up with rubble. The whole ceiling is kind of sagging a little bit. It's not fully collapsed anywhere, but it's definitely threatening to. There's a couple beds that again are like half broken down and like super dusty and gross. And at the foot of one of the beds is like a metal, not quite like a strong box or a lock box, but like a metal chest that's been pushed up against the foot of one of the beds. And as Bram steps into the room to kind of peer around and take a closer look, I as the player didn't notice this until Randus actually pointed it out at me because I was not paying super close attention. But there is actually a brazier in the room. Oh yeah, there we go, a footlocker. Exactly. So we have found our 5th brazier. But as Bram steps into the room, that metal chest, like that metal footlocker at the end of one of the beds, starts glowing, and this shimmering, transparent, bluish form just kind of rises up out of it to hover above it. It's humanoid. It looks like a transparent skeleton wearing like super elaborate, like embroidered, richly decorated robes. And upon seeing this appear, Bram is still standing in the doorway, and Landon is beside him, kind of peering around into the room as well, but everybody else is kind of a little bit further back. So upon seeing this specter appear, Bram kind of calls back over his shoulder like, "Hey, Glint, I think we've got a ghost." Just, kind of warning her, knowing that Glint is not fond of ghosts. Just, fair warning, Glint. And our new ghost friend reacts to that with like, "How dare you compare me to a mere ghost? Ghosts are beneath me." And Bram decides he's gonna try to do the diplomacy thing again. Because like this obviously from first impression, this guy seems pompous, but he's not like immediately throwing a fireball at us. So Bram's like, I'm very sorry. Like, what can we call you then if you're not a ghost? And the guy says that he is, I forget what he titles himself. His name is Momusk. Is it Momusk the Magnificent? Like, he titles himself something, and I forget exactly what the title was. Landon actually recognizes the name of Momusk as being a mage, like a very powerful mage from times past. And we can kind of gather from context clues that, he was probably the leader of the humans and dwarves and gnomes that worked out of the Spellforge when it was, like an active thing. And he's also probably the one that created that floating flaming skull that we had to fight, that was set up as kind of the guardian of the Spellforge. That's who this is. And Momusk is, pompous, and demands that Bram, because Bram is the one in the doorway, so Bram is the one he can immediately see, demands that Bram bow to him. And I have my powerful armies. Yeah, the Spellforge guardian of the Spellforge, exactly. And so Bram decides to bow to him. He's fairly certain he's got his friends right behind him. If this goes south, if Momus decides to, like, I don't know, throw something at him, it'll be fine. But maybe if we give him what he seems to want, like, maybe we can, get out of this without having to fight. So Bram bows to him, and Momus seems at least somewhat satisfied. He's like, oh, good, now that you're in your proper place, what do you want here? Like, why are you here? What do you want from this? And Bram answers honestly. He's like, we're only here because we're trying to find our friend's kinsman, and we're trying to keep the Black Spiders organization from misusing the Spellforge. Oh yes, and in attempting to intimidate us, Momus causes all of the bones in the outer chamber to, like, rattle, which poor Glint, like, immediately freaks out and, like, runs to hide behind the pillar. Poor thing. Like, none of them are actually, like, reassembling yet. They're just kind of shaking on the ground to try to intimidate us. And it works for Glint, at least. And Momusk is like, well, these invaders, basically just ranting about how he's been defending this forge and repelling the invaders as needed for hundreds of years, and all I need is fresh corpses to be able to raise to do my bidding. And would any of you like to volunteer? And Bram does a counter offer. He's like, okay, well, what if we got rid of the invaders for you? Like, that's what you want. That's what we want. There's no need for you to kill us to do that. We'll just do it for you, like, of our own free will. And Momus seems to consider that, and he's like, well, how do I, like, I have no guarantee that you're strong enough to do this. And Bram tries to counter with, like, well, we killed the boar of Talos, and tries to, like, semi-boast about some of the things they've done. Oh, bye, Merlin. Talk to you later. I hope you're enjoying your trip. Tries to boast about some of the things they've done, but Momusk is less than either less than impressed or doesn't understand the references. So he's like, well, I will test you. I will give you a test to see if you're strong enough to do this. So essentially, Momusk sends us to go kill the eyeball thing in the chamber just to the north of us, that we were already kind of planning to have to go take care of eventually anyway. But apparently this eyeball thing, whatever it is, has been the proverbial thorn in Momusk's side for a while. And Momusk would like it to be gotten rid of. So we promise that, okay, yes, we will go do this thing. We will go kill this eyeball invader and return to you so that we can prove that we are strong enough to do this without you killing us, essentially. So Momus seems satisfied with that and slams the door in our faces. Killed the boar of Talos, and in his head he's like, please, commoners kill boars all the time. I wondered about that, if he didn't realize the what the of Talos meant, but it was worth a shot. So Momusk slams the door in our face. Bram just barely avoids it getting slammed on his nose. So we at least know where the fifth brazier is. It's in that room with Momusk. So we kind of regroup. We head up that little staircase to the upper area of the of this cavern, where the other door, like the other built structure, if I had named the boar, yeah, I couldn't, in the moment, SJ could not remember what the name of the boar was. And flustered enough, Bram probably couldn't either, if we ever actually heard it in game. I can't remember. Yeah, I couldn't remember what the name of the boar was. But anyway, yeah, is what it is. So we head up the staircase to the other building where this is the door where Glint had seen the zombie go in and the eyeball chomp it. So we, as far as we know, as long as it hasn't moved anywhere, eyeball thing is still in there.
It's wiggling.
Hello.
It's wiggling.
Yum.
Oops. She's wiggling.
The baby.
Yes.
Just dumped unceremoniously into my lap.
Yes. I set her very gently, thank you.
Here we go. Sasha can. Nope. Settle down. It's all good. Settle down. So yeah, so we kind of reassemble ourselves outside the door, to where we assume the eyeball still is. And at that point, I kind of had the thought of like, because it was about 3:30 at this point, and usually we run games until like 4:30 ish, depending on, you know, stamina and food and such. So no, stay here. I grab. Stay here. So I was kind of like, hey guys, do we want to open this door and presumably start a long fight when neither Kite nor Svother are here, and get maybe 2 rounds into combat and then have to call the session? Or do we just want to call the session here and start next session with hopefully everybody here, with us opening the door? So we put it to a vote and decided to cut the session there. So it was a little bit of a short session, but that's all right, because I feel like it is going to be better to have at least the entire probable combat contained in one session, and also having everybody there so that Randus isn't having to try to control Lash and Teetgarn and Gundred and whatever enemies are in there. So yeah, that is where we decided to cut the session. That said, I'm not entirely convinced there will be combat. I'm very curious if whatever this eyeball is, if it can be reasoned with, how does it feel about Momusk? Why is it here? Can we play the two sides off well, I mean, clearly the two sides have been throwing fireballs at each other for X number of years, and neither has had the upper hand. Exactly, it could be an opposing dungeon faction. Do we have to fight it, or can we talk to it? I'm curious to find out. So yeah, that'll be next week, because we will have a session next week. Like I said, yesterday was a makeup session, so next week is our regularly scheduled game. It'll be really interesting to see how it goes. Because again, we don't know for sure this is a beholder. I don't, as a player, SJ, don't actually know a lot about beholders. I don't know if they're always chaotically evil, or if, you know, if they can be reasoned with. So Randus knows the answer to that question. I mean, I would assume you do. I would hope that you have the answer to that question as our DM. I would presume as much. Also, that is all of this week's hexagons joined in. So yeah, it's getting there. Oh, no, I can't pull that one out yet. So yeah, it's looking good. What I should do, I do. Excellent. Come here. What I should do is make sure I mark the center hex, just so I don't lose track of where the center is. There we go. Ta-da! Excellent. Yeah, so it's a touch early, but I'm gonna go ahead and take a break. I don't think I missed anything from that session recap. If anyone thinks of anything, let me know after the break. Everybody get up, stretch, move around a little bit, go pet your kitties, refill your drinks, etc. And I will be back in a couple minutes. Oh, and Board Game Arena. So yes, I will be back in a couple minutes to play board games. Excellent. Be right back. Oh no, I did miss something. Well, that's fine. All right. I want that. I guess it does help if I have Board Game Arena open already. There we go. Yes, so there is one thing that I missed in the recap. I even remembered to mention the message when Phalar initially found it. I knew there was something else that Landon did during the short rest. So, during the short rest, after identifying the spider staff, like I said, Landon didn't really need to take a short rest, so Phalar had passed over the scrap of paper that he had written down as much as he could remember from that Dwarvish message. Because Landon does speak and read Dwarvish, so he took a little bit of time to try to decipher it. And Phalar did a fairly good job of transcribing it, you know, with a few things were backwards, a few things were like flipped around, but it was close enough that Landon was able to piece together what had been written on that scrap of paper. And it was something about um, something about the art blade of something, implying that it had been created or was going to be um, like enhanced or repaired at the Spellforge. And it didn't necessarily mean anything to Landon, but when he relayed to Phalar, like, oh, this is what the message says, Phalar looked a little shook, like just like a little bit spooked. Like it definitely meant something to Phalar. But he's keeping it to himself for now. Presumably because we're in the middle of a giant dungeon. And he may decide to share with the class at a later date. Probably once we're out here. Oh yes, there we go. The art blade will be kept at the Spellforge or something like that. Yeah. But whatever this art blade is, it's definitely something that Phalar recognizes. And Landon calls him out on it. Landon's like, oh, like, do you know what that is? Because he, like, sees, you know, Phalar react to it. And Phalar is like, oh, it's just something I'm looking for. Like, basically, I'll explain later. Oh, there we go. Thank you, Randus. The piece of the art blade is to be stored with the other Spellforge research materials in the vault. Yes. So we don't know for sure if the vault is here or if it's somewhere else. But that is what the message is. And whatever this art blade is, Phalar, it's clearly something that is of interest or important to Phalar. So that'll be interesting in the future. Put a pin in that too. Art blade is a name. Yeah, like it's a specific proper noun thing that Phalar has apparently been looking for. Ooh, Yahtzee. It's almost a straight. I need it to be more of a straight. No. Nope. Dang it. Let's do that. Oh, okay. I had completely missed that, Randus. Thank you. Our new ghost friend also mentioned the vault as the thing that the eye guy is preventing his men access to. I had totally missed that. Thank you. Ah, that's why he wants the eye guy removed. Well, now I'm even more interested to talk to the eye guy. Is he there on purpose? Is he protecting the vault for some other reason? Is there something in the vault that we definitely don't want Momusk to get his hands on? I love stumbling into, like, 6,000-year-old politics. Well, this is annoying. Okay, so it's at least my crib. So if I do that, I get 5 points in hand, 2 points in crib. I could do that, but that's 4 points in hand, 2 points in crib. Yeah, it probably is this, hey? Ooh, dang. Well. Okay, bunnies. Where shall I build a city? I think up here, hey? Okay. I'd like to be able to put something there, but no dice. Maybe we just... okay. Right. This is the annoying one. Okay, I do have one heat and engine, so that's fine. I can do this. Let's lay down this. Right. Where am I trying to go? Was I looking at the New York to Chicago one? I think so. It's gonna be annoying to do that now. Okay. I really need to pay more attention to the route lines earlier in these games. Oh, right. Baltimore to Toledo. That was the other one I was looking for, because I have Toledo here. The hell is Baltimore? It should be... Is that this one? I can't tell. It's been covered. That's DC, so I think that's Baltimore. Okay. Do I have any cards? No. Nothing useful. Okay, so just... Okay, so it'll be 24K. Activate. It's open land. Yeah, okay. So, if that's what I want to do, let's get some more deliveries going. Right, new episode. I'm sort of catching up. Sort of. Alright. Can now build on the green forest spaces. The first to build on all 9 forest spaces receives 5 points. But every non-built forest space scores -1 point. Okay. Ah, I see. Okay. And I'm presuming we have to start next to the sawmill. Yes, start at the sawmill. Interesting. Okay. I think I like this river configuration better than last episode, at least. Let's just do this. think the play is temperature first. And then, you know what? Yes, let's go ahead and draw a card. All right. That's interesting. Sure. Next. Right, okay. Round 3 of 4. I want green cards, please. Ooh. Oh, that would be good. All right. That's not helpful. More terraforming bars. All right. Yeah, let's go ahead and draw a card. Eh. All right, next. More rummy. Yes, good wizard. Play that. I guess let's play that. Yep, I'll take that button. Right, I just need to go straight down the middle here. So let's do that. Okay. Yes. Right. Sure, we'll do that. I guess let's put that down. Do that. All right. Now it's sheer luck of the draw. Okay, do I want to push my luck? I think I'm gonna have to. I'm in last place, so. All right, sure, I'll take that. All right. Ooh. Okay. Last round. Next. Ooh. Yeah, let's take that. Whoa. How did I do that? I mean, I guess the 6 times multiplier would do that. Oh, okay. Yeah, so I had the cherry blossom viewing. I had 3 blue ribbons. Good lord. Sorry, not sorry, Kitay. Goodness. Yeah, I had the 3 blue ribbons. I had 5 total ribbons, and then I had the cherry blossom viewing. Good lord. Oh, right, I can also... Haha, I can click that button. Dang. Okay. That. Let me... Let me just switch to this real quick. So that I can play the Hanabi table. Ooh. Alright. Alright, fine. There. Alright, there we go. We are fully caught up now. So, I click this button. There we go. Alright. Don't even worry about the ducks on fire. They're fine. Let's see. Alright, now then. I think it's the wooden duck. There's a few flammable ones. Flannel duck is also flammable, which seems counterintuitive because the whole point of flannel is that it's not super flammable, but I guess maybe if it's a cotton flannel. So we have joined all of our hexes together for this week. So we're going to move on to once I dispose of this thread. Everything is fine. Okay, look, there's multiple points of flannel. The point of flannel is that it's warm, but it's warm because traditionally flannel is made of wool, and wool is very not flammable, generally, if it's real wool. So, this is the hexagon blanket from 2024. We are working on quilting it, and I think last time we had finished around I don't think we started. But we did. Okay, so where was I? Here. Okay. Actually about right for the camera. So now I want white thread. Ugly and cute aren't mutually exclusive. Yeah! Like that one cardigan I have. Alright. How's the homework going, Kara? It going excellent. Rand is itching for a fight today. Oh no, maybe he's wearing flannel. too tight in. There we go. Oh, the baby has gone to sleep. Yes, it is an Earl Grey. It is the chocolate Earl Grey. No, I do too sometimes, Randus. I will occasionally intentionally oversteep mine depending on which blend it is. I actually really prefer a super strong oversteeped British breakfast tea. I don't do it for all of my teas. Again, depending on the blend, but I do it for some of them. Hey Kuma, good morning. Mini duck. I hope you enjoy the mini duck. Oh, we have a hydrate and a stretch. Excellent. The upside of quilting is that because I'm like weaving my needle through multiple times, I can just put it down if I'm in the middle of a seam without worrying as much about losing my thread. Oh, excellent. Thank you, Randus. Needed. Everyone else also hydrate and stretch. Now my brain is just going, so many duck, so many duck. do chores. Oh, come on, Kuma. You got this. Do what we do in our house and reward yourself with a sticker afterward. Or whatever else may motivate the Kuma at this point in time. Don't think of it as doing chores. Think of it as leaving gifts for future Kuma and future Kuma's partner. Just be like, oh man, future Kuma is going to be so happy that this got done. Hey, whatever works. Look, we all lie to ourselves all the time. It might as well be something productive. Ooh, I've got it. Kuma, you just need to find a kitten, which shouldn't be too hard in your house, and or a baby. I think you've got one of those too. And then put them on your lap, and then you can't get up and do chores because you're being held in place, and obviously you're not going to disturb the child and or kitten. So you can't get up and do chores. Today in this session of Bad Advice from a Childless Lesbian. Yeah, exactly. Being held hostage. No one could ever blame you for that. yes, good point. I have actually eaten. I had cinnamon pull-apart bread before we started stream. But yes, if anyone needs to eat something, please go eat a thing. Also take medications if needed. Thank you for the reminder, Randus. Soon apple turnovers. I hope they are lovely. Come on, thread. I mean, yes, you're probably more invested in their tastiness than I am. That is true. Who's that bugbear again? Thought we took care of him. adorable. Sasha's not even up here and I'm pulling her fur out. flip this over and see how bad the back looks. Again, I should have pinned this a little bit more, but I don't actually care because it's going to be a wall hanging. The back can be as messy as it wants. It's actually not bad. I know it's really hard to see on camera, but I don't actually see any pinches at the moment. Hooray. Cool. Alright. It's not a total disaster yet. No, I am just adding a backing to it. Again, because it's going to be a wall hanging, it doesn't really need the extra warmth or the extra puff. So yeah, there's nothing in between the two layers. It's just the front and the back. If I was going to add a batting layer in the middle, I would have had to do it before I started stitching. It would have had to be pinned in along with, in between the two. The edges are already going to be a pain in the ass. I don't need to add stuffing to that. So normally, the way that you would do it, if this was a square quilt, so you can see here, I've got the edge of the top, and then I've cut the backing to be longer, which is usually what you want. So I'll quilt it all the way to the edge to secure the two layers together. Normally what you would do if this was a regular square quilt is you would quilt all the way to the edge. You would then trim, now that the two are secured together, you would trim the backing fabric a lot closer. And then you would basically get another piece of fabric and wrap it around both edges, folded so that all the raw edges are inside, and then you would stitch along, and that would secure all of the edges of the quilt, and like bind everything together inside so that nothing frays, right? But I actually want to preserve the hexagon zigzag edge of this, which is part of why I'm doing this by hand, because it's going to be a pain in the ass, but it's going to be worth it. My plan currently is I'll quilt all the way up to this last round, and then I will iron the edges really, really well. So what ironing will do is it'll help lock these seams in, these folds, so that I can actually take the papers out and they'll stay folded, more or less. So I'll iron the edge really, really well, and then I'll go along and take all of the papers out of the edge. I'm leaving them in now so that as I'm like moving the quilt around and doing the quilting, they're really secure. But when I get to finishing the edge, I'll take all the papers out, and then I'm gonna trim this closer, and what I'm gonna do is like fold it under all along the edge so that I end up preserved with the zigzag edge. It's gonna be a pain in the butt. It's gonna be a pain in the butt, but it'll be worth it. It'll look really awesome at the end. So, stay tuned for that. You'll get to hear a lot of SJ swearing. Let's see. Let's do here. Most difficult things are worth it in the end. It's true. It will look very cool when I'm done. hear a kitty crunching kibble. Maybe she'll come in and see us. She knows I'm in here, or at least she should. Sasha, you want to come in here and hang out, baby? You know you could push the door open. Yeah, baby Cam, if I can lure her in. She might just decide to go back downstairs and take a nap. Sasha. Where are you at, Sasha? She has returned downstairs. Boo. Too lazy. Too lazy for us. Too sleepy. I mean, I did tell her when I was on break that she was expected to make an appearance. But clearly she didn't listen to me. scowl in dismay. It's true. She is too eepy to be bothered with us. I mean, just look at me. I'm the president of her fan club, and all I get is fur up my nose. Sounds like a me problem. It definitely is a me problem. Couple minutes longer here while I finish out this thread. None of that, Kara. right, there we go. Good progress today. Getting there. It'll still take a while, but we're getting there. So, yeah. I know the quilting doesn't come across super well on camera, but it looks real good. And it's coming along. We've got a good chunk of it done here. But yeah, that'll do it. That'll do it for today. Yeah, progress is what this stream is all about. 4 hours for me to work on it when I otherwise probably would not have. So yeah, any progress is good. But that'll do it for today. Thank you guys very, very much for coming and hanging out. Listening to my D&D rambles. Yeah, and just keeping me company. Yeah, I should be back next week. I don't know any reason why I wouldn't be. So everybody, please take care of yourselves. Stay safe. Go grab food if you need to. Take your meds. Stay warm and or cool, depending on where you live and which is necessary. And I will see you guys in the future. So, bye. And now I get up to go change the scene and turn it off. Bye all.